this misconduct under Indiana law. It doesn't hinge on whether or not he has a mental disease or defect as defined by Indiana law. It's a separate standard. Frankly, a lot of it has to do with his cognitive abilities, which that gave the state cause for concern when we started looking at that aspect of the reports in terms of the bright line rule about not executing people with mental disabilities. So the constitutional issue of the death penalty is really separate from whether or not he is mentally ill or insane under the Indiana statutes. And because those are two separate issues, there's been no admission of fact by the state.
Well, here's the thing. The defense sent me the cases, only one of which is criminal. And in that case, the only thing that comes out of that is that it's theoretically possible to have a judicial admission in a criminal case, but that case wasn't one. In which the defense pretty much admitted that in the sex offense case that the defendant actually had sex with the victim, which was one of those, obviously what the state had to prove at a child molesting. More interesting was that case, which I think was Saylor.
Correct.
I think Saylor, then refers to Miller on Indiana evidence in section 801.421. And that entire section of Miller, when it talks about judicial admission cases, and talks about judicial admissions, only has 3 criminal cases cited the entire time. So I'm left with the language of somewhat of Saylor, in which the Court of Appeals, not the Indiana Supreme Court, went out of its way to indicate that the admission has to be clear. I don't know how much more clear you can get than the quote within Saylor that he wasn't the only person to have sex with the victim when the charge was having sex with the victim. I don't know how much more clear of an admission you can get, other than I think it's very clear that in Saylor, the court wanted to be very clear that criminal defendants facing a liberty interest should not be casually, easily deprived of their freedom from a slip of the tongue of defense counsel. There's a fundamental fairness portion there that's behind Saylor that isn't mentioned, but I think is pretty clear. There doesn't appear to be a section in Miller, or in the citation, that talks about a state admission. So I think from the language of Saylor, I don't know how much more of a clear admission you can have. I mean, the 2 points that the defense wants to get in on this one is the state said that the U.S. Constitution forbids the execution of mentally ill defendants. And then the next paragraph says the state has determined the defendant is, quote, constitutionally ineligible for the death penalty. But the third says the state can try the defendant for murder and attempt murder. I think those things, I guess in my review of that, if Saylor is ambiguous, then I think this is ambiguous to the extent that on the one hand, the state is saying, we're making this determination as it relates to a death penalty case, and at the same time saying we can still go forward with murder and attempted murder. It sounds like an admission, but certainly Saylor sounded like an admission. But it's an admission about mental illness and not insanity. And so I think I had indicated up at the bench last week that not only did you have this section on Miller 804, but you had the judicial admissions under Rule 201. And that one also says that in a criminal case, it's different. It's not to be considered by a jury as conclusively proven, unlike a stipulation. But that the jury is free to determine that. And so I'm kind of left with the idea that it's not a clear admission of a material fact within the language of Saylor. If I gave it, and I'll give both sides an opportunity, and we're not at final argument or instructions just yet, but I think if I did give it, I would have to give an instruction that would tell the jury that you have this exhibit, you have this statement being made, and I would think I would have to say something to the equivalent of, it's up to you to determine whether this mental illness that the defense is claiming has been admitted to. It would be up to you to determine whether that mental illness falls within the definition of insanity, guilty but mentally ill, as the courts previously instructed you within the instructions, or whether it's outside either definition. I think that would be the best I could give in terms of the language of 201 and the total lack of citation of state admissions and the language of Saylor. So that's my initial first blush in terms of what I've read, what I understand. I'm willing to hear other additional argument or case law if you have it, but I suspect that the defense only submitted Saylor because it is the only one, and you acknowledged in your email that it certainly seems that judicial admissions in criminal cases are fairly disfavored, although Saylor didn't say that. It's just the total lack of case law in this area and within the Miller Treatise. So, Mr. Casanova, is there any further argument or record you want to make on this point?
Just briefly, Judge, in response to Mr. Beatson's statement that this is not a factual admission, it's our position that paragraph 11 of the state's pleading motion to dismiss January 24th, 2024 is a factual admission. And
I don't have the one in front of me, but is that the one where it says it forbids the execution or that he's constitutionally ineligible? Or is it a different paragraph?
It's constitutionally ineligible.
Okay.
Yes. 10 is forbids the execution. And again, from our perspective, this is a two-pronged severe mental illness and impacted ability to appreciate wrongfulness. And as I read paragraph 12, the admission of a severe mental illness, obviously that alone does not prevent them from going forward or prosecuting a murder intent murder, because there's still the critical issue of whether or not that mental illness impacted their ability to appreciate wrongfulness. So, just to be clear on our position, we do think that 11 is a factual admission of him having a severe mental illness and being the reason for them dismissing the death penalty.
Let me ask the state this, and by the way, since we're in administrative stuff, Detective Prater, your cup is not going to make it with me. Is the state contesting that there's a mental illness here, as opposed to a mental illness that qualifies under the two defenses here, not responsible by reason of insanity or guilty but mentally ill? But isn't the state acknowledging that there's some mental illness, but potentially arguing that it doesn't fit within those two categories?
What we're arguing is that what makes him ineligible for the death penalty is outside the bounds of the two statutory options for the jury to consider at the guilt phase.
And I understand your argument on that. It seems to me that it's clearly an admission in a death penalty case, but this isn't a death penalty case. And this jury isn't hearing a death penalty case. So I'm not sure how it becomes relevant for this jury, since the legal issues are not the same, close, but not the same. I understand that argument, but going back to my question, it's kind of it's sort of like the, how are you really hurt here if your argument, as I understand your argument, that, and maybe I don't, maybe I'm anticipating your argument. I mean, I'm looking at Dr. Trevette's report, who says clearly, I mean, everybody else says he's insane. Dr. Trevette says he's clearly got an illness, but it doesn't rise to the level of insanity. Is the state arguing its case along those lines, or is it arguing the case that I think the defense is concerned about and arguing that you're saying there's no mental illness at all?
I think from the opening statement we've made it clear that we acknowledge he has a mental illness.
So to some extent, how are you hurt?
Well, the defense continues to misinterpret, or I don't know, maybe it's a reading comprehension issue. They keep saying, we've admitted that it is a severe mental defect at the time of the crime. That's what he said in the email to the court. That's not what the motion says.
Well, I think clearly severe is not what you...
Exactly. And the jury will not understand the entire scope of the factors that come into play for eligibility for the death penalty, which a large part of that is cognitive ability, which really isn't in play for what they have to consider on this case. So looking at the totality of the defendant's psychiatric and intellectual history in his current situation, that goes to eligibility for the death penalty. What they need to consider here is, sure, he's mentally ill. Is he guilty of mentally ill, or is he not responsible by reason of insanity? And this motion is just going to confuse them, because again, they don't know the history of where the Supreme Court has come down on the death penalty and cognitive disability and insanity and mental health.
Okay. Either side have any further record you want to make? I don't know that I'm going to make a ruling at this point, but I think I appreciate being able to take the free time to go ahead and get the record made. Anybody want to add anything else at this point? And before I make a final ruling, I don't know if you, in your spare time, if you want to find anything else, fine. But again, I think the total lack of cases within Miller is somewhat profound in the sense that they're all civil cases, which makes sense given the nature of civil work as opposed to criminal work. But I am, if Saylor is the only case, and in Saylor we see the appellate court going out of its way to take what appears to be a pretty clear statement, going out of its way and saying, well, that's not a judicial admission. It almost begs the question as to what is a criminal case. So anything further at this point?
No, Judge?
The only additional thing I would point out is the holding in Saylor, which the court said a slip of the tongue cannot put a defendant in jeopardy. Again, I think that analysis was looking at a judicial admission as it would impact the freedom of interest of the defendant. I think here we're in a different situation where it's a judicial admission made by the state. So I would just add that.
I disagree with you, but that's, Saylor doesn't hold it, doesn't say it, it just, that's the implication. And I think we all know why the Saylor court came out the way it did. Plus it also turned around and said it was harmless anyway, so. So anyway, we've made our record on that. We've filled in our administrative time. I'm at 8:59. Is your witness here yet?
Yes.
Okay. Are we otherwise ready to get started?
State's ready, Judge.
Yes, Sean.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Get all the jurors. Ready to go?
All rise for the jury. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Welcome back. Trust you had a nice weekend. You're well rested. We have a nice day out. Unusual weather reports here. We're going to have an abundance of such. So we're all ready to go. I guess I should ask you as a matter of form, has everybody been able to follow the court's instruction not to have any outside conversation with any other source? Anyone not able to follow that court's ruling over the weekend? Don't see any hands on that. Very good. Before we took our break from last weekend, we were still in the defendant's case in chief. And so, defense, do you have additional witnesses for the jury this week?
Yes,
You
Judge.
may call your first.
Dr. Ruben Gurr.
Sir, if you could please raise your hand. Do you promise what you're about to tell the jurors is going to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Or please have a seat. And once you're comfortable in your chair, can you please tell the jurors who you are and how you spell your name?
My name is Ruben Gur, R-U-B-E-N-G-U-R. I'm a psychologist, neuropsychologist. I teach at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine.
Dr. Gurr, let me just ask you a couple of questions. You said you teach at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine?
Yes.
And do you have an area of specialty?
Can you speak up?
Do you have an area of specialty? I'm sorry.
My specialty is on neuropsychology and neuroimaging.
Okay. Can you briefly just explain to the jury what neuropsychology is and what neuroimaging is?
Neuropsychology is a discipline that focuses on trying to find how the brain regulates behavior, how the brain and behavior relate to each other. As you may know, all our behavior comes from the brain, and we are trying to find links between brain structure and function and behavior.
And are you also the director of a couple of clinics at the University of Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I direct the Brain Behavior Laboratory that focuses on neuropsychology and neuroimaging. Neuroimaging is a set of methods that have been developed in the 70s and 80s of the previous century that allow us to look inside the brain and take important measurements in the brain that can tell us whether there is any part of the brain that is not the right size or has a problem in it. And we look, with imaging, we look both at the structure of the brain and the function of the brain. So we can measure not only the tissue that's in the brain, but we can measure how well that tissue is working.
And you mentioned that you were the director of the Neuropsychology and Brain Behavior Laboratory. Are you also the director of the neuroimaging and cognitive core laboratory at the University of Pennsylvania.
Yes, these are my roles.
Do you also work as a staff psychologist for VA hospital?
I used to, I just retired from the VA.
And can you tell the jurors, do you have board certifications?
Of what?
Board certifications.
Yeah, I'm board certified in the area of clinical neuropsychology. I'm certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology.
Can we talk a little bit about your other professional affiliations? Are you also a fellow with the American Psychological Association?
Yes, I have a fellow status in several national and international societies that include the American Psychological Association, the American, that's a mouthful, the American College of Neuropsychopharmacology, the International Neuropsychological Society, and American Association for the Advancement of Science. I have fellow status in all these. You have to be elected to a fellow.
Okay. And just briefly, I just want to talk about a couple of awards you won in your field of expertise. One was the Brain and Behavior Foundation Leiber Prize for Outstanding Achievement in Schizophrenia Research.
Yes, it's a very prestigious prize that I got. I shared it with my wife.
Okay. And did you also receive an award for research contribution to the National Alliance for the Mentally Ill in 2022?
Yes.
And is it correct that you primarily work as a research scientist?
Yes, most of my work is research.
And in the course of, how long have you worked as a research scientist?
Back before most of you were born. I started in 1971.
Okay. Fair to say you have well over 100 or more publications in this area.
I have over 700.
700. And also fair to say that you're one of the primary research scientists in the country that's regularly cited in the area of neuroimaging and neuropsychology.
Yes, the stature of a scientist is determined by how often the scientist is being cited in the scientific literature. I've been cited, indeed, according to the most recent survey of a company called Research.com that tracks all those citations. In psychology, I am number 16 in the country and number 34 in the world.
Okay. And have you also, I mean, one of the areas that you focus on is your research is on brain development, is that correct?
Yes.
And has your research on brain development been cited in briefs to the United States Supreme Court?
Yes. I composed a summary of the evidence regarding brain development, and that document was given to the Supreme Court as a friend of the court, and was actually cited in their decision to outlaw execution of people under 18.
This would be Roper versus Simmons?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you with, I am now marked for identification as defendants FF. Do you recognize that?
Yes. This is my curriculum vitae, or summary of my professional self, prepared according to the instructions of the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay. At this time, defense moves to admit defendants FF.
No objection, Judge.
We show F is in Frank, admitted without objection.
And Dr. Gurr, in the case of Elliahs Dorsey, you were asked to review data from an MRI and a PET scan that was done of Mr. Dorsey at IU hospitals in the fall of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of reviewing that data from that PET and the MRI, you're going to testify as to what that data showed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's now been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit GG. It's a flash drive. And I think you've had a chance to review what's on that flash drive as a PowerPoint for your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes. It shows the results of the testing after a brief introduction that will allow the court to understand the context of the evaluation.
And in your opinion, would the slides on this PowerPoint, that are approximately 20, assist the jurors in better understanding your testimony and better understanding your interpretation of the data collected from that PET and MRI?
Yes.
At this time, the defense moves to admit GG for demonstrative purposes.
No objection, Judge.
We should G as in George, GG admitted without objection.
And I got just a minute to load this up, Judge.
Okay.
Dr. Gurr, your PowerPoint that we've discussed, Defendant's GG, is on the screen. First slide is just an introduction. The second slide, which is labeled Overview of the Evaluation of Mr. Dorsey, is that basically a summary of the work you did on this case?
Yes.
And then the third slide, again, do you think doing some basic description of brain anatomy would assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
I believe so.
Okay. And what we have in the third slide is basically the structure of a neuron. Is that correct?
Yes. This is the building block of the brain. The brain has millions of those neurons, and this is how the brain works.
And just in moving forward, another testimony that you're going to give, there's a distinction between gray matter and white matter in the brain. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jurors what gray matter is?
So gray matter in the brain is all the nerve cells, the cells themselves that you can see in this.
That is a touch screen, so you can't.
I'm sorry?
That is a touch screen. So
Yeah, it works. So this is the cell body, and there are millions of those, and they are gray when you look at them, and so that's called gray matter.
And what would be white matter?
So if you can see this long fiber coming out of the nerve cell, it is surrounded by those red, here in the cartoon. This is a cartoon, so no neuron looks like it, but every neuron will have all these parts. Here in red you can see that the nerve fiber is surrounded by those nodes. In reality they are made of fat and they are white. If I can explain their role, so they are white, and that's what constitutes white matter in the brain.
And is that structure properly called the axon?
Yes, this fiber is called axon, and the nodes that surround it, fat gets a more respectable name in the brain. It's called myelin, and that fat surrounds the fibers.
And is that kind of an insulation that helps the movement of electrical signals in the brain?
Correct. If I can explain that for a moment.
Go ahead.
The brain is floating in fluid. It's surrounded by fluid, and there is fluid inside the brain. And these cells basically sit in a sea of fluid and chemicals. When the electrical charge, the electrical polarity outside the cell is different from the polarity inside the cell, if the difference is big enough, then there'll be a short. An electrical pulse will be generated, and it will travel along the skin of the cell and then shoot down this axon. And when it reaches the end of the axon, here are the axon terminals, if there is another nerve cell or neuron here, then it will create another short in the next neuron. And this is how nerve cells communicate with each other. On the other hand, if there is a muscle at the end of here, then the muscle will contract. And this is how the brain will control our muscle movements.
And just another concept that will become important later on. Can you explain to the jurors what the concept of pruning is?
Yes. So we are born without much white matter, if any. There's very little white matter in a newborn baby. The white matter serves the same purpose as the rubber serves for electricity. If you don't, you have to insulate the electricity, otherwise it will dissipate. The brain doesn't have rubber, it has fat, and it uses fat for that same purpose, to insulate the pulse so that it doesn't dissipate. A baby doesn't have a lot of white matter, and so any electrical pulse in the baby's brain will spread throughout the brain. So if you tickle a baby on the left side, they will move both arms. They may be trying to move one arm, but it spreads around. And in the first few years of life, these fat gets layered on the axons, and the baby begins to get control over their movement. They can begin to move their arm, their legs, and eventually, of course, they get their act together and stand up and start walking. And that's completely dependent on how much myelin they have in the different brain regions that you have to activate. And eventually, by age 2, you get to myelination to the language area, and the baby begins to talk. And that's how the brain develops. Between age 0 and about 3 years, you get an increase in the number of neurons and myelination. Myelination is this process of layering of myelin around the axons. After around age 3, the brain begins to what is called prune. So if there is a region in the brain that you haven't activated up to that point, every time this neuron fires, it becomes more viable. And the neuron that stops firing will die, will just shrivel off and die. So parts of the brain that you haven't activated in the first 3 years of life begin to die away. And that process is called pruning. It is very important for it to happen. It's like if you grow a fruit tree, you need to prune it, otherwise there will be too many branches and the fruit won't come out good. The same way the brain, if you haven't used a certain region, you don't need it, and it will die off, and your brain will become more efficient. Only include in it those parts that you need in order to operate. So this is, for example, why if you haven't skied until age 3 or 4, you can learn how to ski later on, but it won't look the same as someone who really started skiing earlier. Same way with languages. A baby can learn literally any language in the world, and within a couple of years will speak it without an accent. I picked up English when I was in 6th grade in school. I speak fluently, as you can see. I have a good fund of vocabulary and so on, but even though I spent most of my life in West Philadelphia, I don't think any of you will recognize a West Philadelphia accent. So after a certain age, you just lose certain ability, or a pianist, if you haven't started playing an instrument at a young age, you can learn how to play the piano later on, but you will never become a concert pianist.
Okay, I do want to move on to the next slide. And this is the lobes of the cerebral hemisphere, which basically is kind of an overview of the major structures of the brain. Is that correct?
Yes, this is, on the left is a picture of the brain if you took a photograph from the top, and on the right is a picture of the brain as if you took a photograph from the left side.
And the red area at the back, is that the occipital lobe?
Yes, the red area here and here is the frontal lobe. Is the part of the brain that is in the front.
Is that primarily the thinking part of the brain?
So
Is that primarily the thinking part of the brain?
it's the chief executive. It decides what to do. It gets the information from all around the brain and makes it an executive decision. It's called the executive brain.
And can you explain just in a little more detail the significance of the executive portion of the brain?
Yes. So the information to the brain comes from our senses. So if you look at something, the picture that you see will come through the eyes to the back of the brain here. It's called the occipital lobe, O-C-C-I-P-I-T-A-L. So your eyes actually, the lens of your eyes reverses the world. Your eyes actually see the world upside down. So the first job of the occipital lobe is to straighten it up. So you can see a picture coming up. And the back of the occipital lobe processes very elementary aspects of the world. So it can recognize lines, it can recognize light, dark, it can recognize movement, but it doesn't know what it is. It just recognizes that there are lines and there are movements and lights. And it moves the information forward in two streams, one stream on the top and one stream at the bottom of the brain. And as the information moves forward, it gets interpreted. So here in the parietal lobe, this is where the brain sees, here is one line horizontal, another vertical, another horizontal, another vertical at 90 degrees of each other. There is light coming out of it. It's a window. So it's when it reaches to the parietal lobe is when you realize it's a window or a room or a car moving. Similarly, the auditory information comes here to this region. It's called the temporal lobe. It's right behind our ears. And here too, the very primitive interpretation is making decision, is this the sound of an animal or a sound of a voice or a sound of a car or an airplane? It just characterizes the sound and moves it upward. And here in this temporal-parietal juncture where the parietal and temporal lobe meet, this is where the sound gets together with the vision. And you put those two concepts together.
And so,
And that information, again, is relayed to the frontal lobe. Now, the frontal lobe gets information from the cortex, the outer layer. It also gets information from inside the brain. As you can see in this picture, the brain is sitting on what is called a stem, a brain stem. And this brain that you see here is exactly the brain that you will see in a snake. Oh, as you know, evolution doesn't throw anything away. It takes the brain of a worm, puts on top of it the brain of a snake, on top of it a brain of a reptile, on top of that a brain of a mammal, on top of that a brain of a primate, and our brain comes on top of all these. But all those older brains are still working in us, and they act the same way as they do in lower animals. So the brain stem gets information from the whole body. The nerves go in the spinal cord and go all the way up to the brain stem, and the brain stem can tell you, I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm hungry, I feel some sensations, I'm touching something. All those things are interpreted in the brain stem. And like a snake, the brain stem can move our body, can move away from something we want to move away, can move towards something we like. Hungry, it will move toward food. So this behaves exactly like a snake would. In the next graph, you will see what happens inside the brain.
but is it fair to say the frontal area of the brain, the executive control area of the brain, is what's kind of processing all these information from various parts of the brain and basically kind of regulating how we respond to those stimuli?
Yes, exactly. The frontal lobe gets together all this information and decide, what am I going to do?
Okay. I want to move to the next. Let me just clear off the annotations. This is basically a cutaway or a side view.
Yeah, it's as if I cut your brain in half and open it up, and I look inside, and you can recognize this is the frontal lobe here. You can see part of the temporal lobe here. But importantly, the structures that you see inside the brain include the corpus callosum, which is the white area here. And it's white. It consists entirely of axons, of fibers that connect the two sides of the brain. And that's how your left side knows what your right side is doing. There's constant movement between the two. In patients where you cut the corpus callosum, you sometimes have to do it for very severe epilepsy. Those patients literally, their left side doesn't know what the right side is doing. So, as you may know, the left side of the brain is the place where speech is. If you have damage in the left side of the brain, you will lose speech abilities, either comprehension or expression. The right side of the brain doesn't have language. It sees the world with pictures and spatial abilities, and looks more intuitive rather than verbal. And it's important that the two sides communicate. Someone with a corpus callosum cut, if you give them a pencil in their left hand, it goes to the right hemisphere. You ask them, what is this? Because you don't let them see it. You ask them, what is it? They can't say what it is. Then you show them pictures of different objects, they'll immediately point to the pencil. So the right hemisphere knows it's a pencil, he just can't say it. If you put the same pencil in the right hand, they'll feel it a moment and say pencil, without problem, because the left hemisphere has the language.
And can I ask you also in this picture, so the corpus callosum is basically uniting both sides of the brain to communicate with one another.
Yeah, it's very important for integrated behavior.
And then another structure I wanted to ask you about is the amygdala.
Yes.
And where
where the red arrow is pointing, there is an almond-shaped object almond is amygdala in Greek, so we call it the amygdala. And the amygdala is already fully formed in a crocodile. It's a fairly primitive structure, and its job is to detect threat. So if there is anything threatening that you will observe, the amygdala will fire and will issue either a fight or a flight command.
And would this type of messages basically be regulated and interpreted by the frontal lobe, the executive portion?
Yes, the amygdala is closely connected to this part of the frontal lobe. It's called the orbital frontal. It sits right above your eyes. There is a structure here called the cingulate gyrus, and that's part of the emotional brain, and that interprets the amygdala and puts the output of the amygdala in context. So if you go, for example, to a movie and you see a tiger jumping at you, the amygdala has no idea of the context. It sees a tiger jumping at you. It still thinks that we are living in the savannah, which is when our brains were formed, when we were hunters and gatherers. And so the amygdala says, run away, there's a tiger jumping at you. And that immediately gets relayed to the frontal lobe, and it's the frontal lobe that says, no, it's not, you're not in the jungle, you're in a movie theater, you paid for your ticket, you're safe, there's no reason to run. This is why we enjoy a scary movie. Our emotional system gets activated, but our frontal lobe knows that we are really not in danger.
So just to kind of back up a second, these more primitive structures like the amygdala that kind of indicate threat, there are other more sophisticated structures in the brain that then interpret that and regulate how you may respond to that.
Exactly, yes.
And obviously, the way you may respond to a threat depends on how well certain structures of the brain, like the frontal lobe, are functioning and how well they are developed.
Yes, frontal lobe damage can wreak havoc with your ability to control yourself. We see that in sometimes we see that in veterans who were exposed to blast or severe trauma, and they come back and they are fine, but they can fly off the handle. One in particular, for example, every time he had a baby, and every time the swing would make the tick-tock, he would just go ballistic, start breaking things in the house, and he just couldn't control himself.
And then obviously the corpus callosum, which is a significant structure in uniting both hemispheres of the brain. If there were, how well that operates also depends on whether or not there's any damage to that structure or whether there's any developmental problem with that structure. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. I want to move on.
I need to talk about the hippocampus as well.
Yes, I'm sorry. And can you explain what that is?
So the other object you see here, it looks like an upside down seahorse. Seahorse in Greek, this structure here. Seahorse in Greek is hippocampus, so that's the name of that structure. And it surrounds the amygdala, and its job is to say, is this new, or have I experienced it before? Or every time you see something, the hippocampus gets activated. Is this something that didn't happen before, or did it happen before? In order to answer that simple question, you have to have access to your memory storage. Otherwise, you don't know if something is new. And we learned a lot about the role of the hippocampus from a patient called HM, who had both hippocampi removed in order to control for very bad seizure disorder. HM remembered everything that happened to him until the surgery and nothing that happened to him after the surgery. So the research scientist who worked with him. She had to introduce herself to him every day. Or if you go out for a cup of coffee, come back, who are you? She would have to reintroduce, even though she worked with him for years. The same for his wife. His wife had to explain to him who she was every time she came for a visit. And after about 15, 20 years, when he understood his wife, he said, "How did you grow old so all of a sudden?" He totally remembered her the way she was before the surgery.
And so, Doctor, obviously this is another structure of the hippocampus that relates to memory that's important in helping us regulate our response to threat or information from more primitive structures of the brain like the amygdala.
Yes. We are very close to each other and constantly communicate with each other.
So somebody that may have some memory deficits obviously may have some issues with regulation of this kind of primitive information from the amygdala.
Yep.
So again, looking at the next slide, and if I could just, is this basically, you use a statistical method in interpreting the data from the MRI and the PET scans. Is that correct? In determining, you know, where normal is and where is abnormal or outside of the normal range. Is that correct?
Yes, there's one more concept I need to explain to the court. And that concept is called standard deviation. So if you take any measurements in the world, and that was discovered fairly early in the previous century, if you measure anything, you'll find out that it has the values have a distribution. They have an average, which basically you sum all the. So if I took the height of everybody in this room, I will find that there is an average. Let's say 5'8", but that doesn't tell me the spread of the distribution. In order to get a feel for the spread of the distribution, I want to know what is the average difference from the average. So in order to calculate that, I take each value, I subtract it from the mean. So one person measured 5'7", so they get -1. One person measured 5'9", they get +1. And I sum all of these. Now, if I sum everything together, I'll get 0, because half of the values will be below average and half will be above average. So we use a trick. We take each difference, we square it. So there is no 0. We add all those squares, and then take the square root of that, and we get an estimate of what is the average difference from the average.
And this type of statistical analysis to determine what's normal and what departs from normal is a very common method that's used across
all of medicine, all of science.
All science.
So if you look at, it turns out that almost everything you measure will have this bell-shaped distribution, and 68%, 2/3 of all people will have values that are within one standard deviation from the average. Okay? So if I know that the average height in this room is 5'8", and the standard deviation is 1, I can know with considerable certainty that 2/3 of you will be between 5'7" and 5'9". If you go 2 standard deviations outside, 95% of you will be within 2 standard deviations. 3 standard deviations, there'll be very few. So for example, in IQ, the average IQ is defined as 100. The standard deviation is 15. So if you are between 85 and 115, you're average. If you are 2 standard deviation below average, which is 70, that's defined as mental retardation. If your score IQ is below 70, it's defined as intellectual disability. And of course, if you are more than 2 standard deviation above average, you're considered gifted.
So
So that's what school uses to put people in classes, educational, and every time you take a test from your doctor, they take your blood test, they look at cholesterol level. If the average cholesterol level in the population is 50, standard deviation is 10. If your cholesterol is 60, the doctor will tell you you better watch your diet and eat less fat. If it goes over that next time, the doctor will say, it's not working, I'll put you on statins to lower your cholesterol. So this is how normal and abnormal is defined throughout medicine.
Okay, and this is basically the standard that you use when you interpreted the data from the MRI and the PET scan.
Exactly.
To the next slide, this is talking about MRI. Can you kind of just briefly describe for the jurors what an MRI is and what happens, how the picture is made?
Okay. As you can see, the MRI is a tube, and the body goes inside that tube. That tube has a strong magnetic force, much stronger than the magnetic force of our planet. Very strong. And so when you go into the tube, all your molecules will align themselves with the magnet. Then what we do is you pass a radio frequency wave, which is also a magnetic force that is at an angle to the main force. And what happens is that when you pass the new force, all the molecules are trying to align themselves with the new force. But that new force is there for a very brief period of time, 20 milliseconds. If you wanted to blink, it will take you 120 milliseconds. So it's very brief. And then it disappears. So the molecule rattle back into their original position. And that rattling back, they vibrate when they rattle back. And that vibration we can record with antenna, just radio antenna that record these vibrations. The vibrations are recorded small volumes at a time. In our case, we asked for 1 millimeter cube volume to be measured in the brain. As you know, if we take a picture and we blow it up, we will see the dots that make up this picture. They are called pixels. MRI is acquired in reverse. It acquires three-dimensional pixels, and three-dimensional pixels are called voxels. So each voxel has a known length, width, and depth, which is the thickness of the slice. So we acquire the information in slices, and our slices are 1 millimeter thick, and we go through the whole brain. And then the computer takes the numbers that come from each voxel and translates them into a gray or a color scale. If it's a high number, it will be white. If it's a low number, it will be black. And anything between will be shades of gray. Or if it's a high number, it will be flaming yellow. Low number will be blue. And in between will be gradations. And then it paints that picture dot by dot, voxel by voxel. And that is what creates the MRI image that you can see on the bottom right of this.
And so I think this next slide, you were describing the MRI segmentation, and that photo on the bottom right that has the GM, WM, CSF, that would be a picture
So
of an MRI.
if you remember the molecules that rattle back to the place, there is a big principle in biology. Big bodies move slowly, small bodies move fast. The smallest and most abundant molecule in the brain is water. And water is a very small molecule, so it rattles first. Then come the proteins, they are bigger, they rattle next. And last come the big fat proteins, they rattle last. So you can, for each voxel, you can know what is the composition of water, proteins, and fat in that molecule, in that voxel. And then we can take those, so on the left here you can see a picture of the way it comes out from the MRI, these two. We fuse those pictures together, we can stack up the slices and create a whole head, or you can see here, you can create a picture out of the MRI. Our geeks love to do that. And then you can know for each voxel whether it was white matter, gray matter, or fluid. So you can see the fluid, the water gives a very strong signal. Then come the gray matter, and the darkest signal comes from white matter. And then we do what is called segmentation. We get a new output from the MRI that tells us what is the volume of each of the compartments of gray matter, white matter, and fluid.
Okay, I'd like to move on to the next.
And this illustrates.
Let me clear the screen here of the annotation. I think this does indicate, you were talking about the research that you did in brain development, particularly with children, that was used by, was referenced by the United States Supreme Court, Roper versus Simmons.
Yes.
Does this basically show the creation of, I guess, myelin connections in the
Exactly.
frontal lobe?
Yes. So you can see the raw MRI on the right and the segmented MRI on the left in each row. And in a 1-month-old baby, you can see very little white matter. In a 3-month-old, you can see beginning of white matter here, in the middle of the brain. And 6 months, it spreads, and it continues to spread 1 year, 1.5 years, 3 years, 10 years. And the main thing that you see is the white matter spreading and going all over the brain. And in an adult, white matter is all over the place and reaches the cortex. And as this process continues, you get more and more control over your behavior, and the pulses in your brain run back and forth more efficiently.
And just when you were referring to white matter, you were referring to what was described in an earlier segment as the axons that are transmitting information to different portions of the brain. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this bottom slide on the right at 20 years would be the development of those axons in the brain of a 20-year-old.
Yes.
And because there's better connection to the frontal lobe, the thinking or regulating area of the brain, that may explain why as you grow older, you tend to have better control over yourself.
Yeah. The last region that gets myelinated is the frontal lobe. That's why with teenagers can be very smart. They can do a lot of things. They can fix our computers. They can do a lot of things better than we do. But then all of a sudden they'll do something that will leave us aghast. And when we ask them, what were you thinking? They'll be able to explain everything, except all that came too late, because the communication between the rest of the brain and the frontal lobe is a country road, not a highway.
The next slide, I'd like to talk about this slide. Let me clear the annotation first. I think this slide depicts what is termed an atlas of the brain.
Yes. After we have segmented the different tissues, we now want to know each region, which region it is. And in order to do that, we have an atlas. An atlas is an MRI. In our case, we use an average of several MRIs of normal people, healthy, and an expert neuroradiologist went over each voxel and labeled that voxel. This voxel is in the parietal lobe, this voxel is in the frontal lobe, this voxel is in the amygdala. So they labeled each voxel, and that's how you create an atlas. Now, in order to know how that applies to the brain of our client, of our patient, you take the MRI of the brain of the patient, you take the atlas, and you warp the atlas in order to fit the brain of your patient. So, but you record how many voxels do I need to shrink or to expand in order to get from the atlas to the patient's brain. And because we know the exact volume of each region, since we know that each voxel is 1 by 1 by 1 millimeter, when we are done warping the atlas into the patient's brain, we know what is the volume of each region in the patient's brain.
So this allows you to determine the overall volume throughout the brain of all the structures.
Of all the structures. And then we have normative data from a sample of healthy people. We know what is the volume in each of these healthy people. And then we do the standard deviation. We look at our patient and see how far away they are from a normal average brain.
And then moving on to the next slide, focusing just on the two graphs on the left.
Yeah.
What is the GMD, that first graph on the left? What does that
So this shows development, what we just discussed during development. We had a sample of about 2,000 community youth who were scanned, and from between the age of 8 and 22, and males are in blue, females are in red. You can see that gray matter density goes up, but importantly, the volume of gray matter goes down. Males have higher volume than females, but both sexes go down in volume for gray matter, which reflects the pruning process, but the gray matter density actually goes up, and females have higher density than males. This is why males and females perform about the same on intellectual tests.
So the second slide there, labeled GMD, that would show the decline in gray matter over time due to pruning.
Correct.
And the first slide, GMD, while the volume of that gray matter declines, the density of it increases.
Exactly.
And essentially, are we looking at kind of the same depiction of this, but on a larger sample? Would that be correct?
Yes, this is a recent study. It was published in Nature, which is the most prestigious scientific publication, where we rated the MRIs around the world. These are more than 200,000 people around the world where they had electronic medical records and got an MRI for whatever reason. And we were able to track, and some of those MRIs were obtained when the baby was still in the womb. So we have from before birth, here is birth, this is 1, 2, 3 years old. You can see by age 3, gray matter peaks, and after the blue is males, the red is females, and after that, gray matter goes down into your 80s. On the other hand, if you look at white matter continues to go up into the 80s. So when you grow older, you lose tissue, but your brain is more efficient.
Moving on, this slide, and just, okay. Just talking about the MRI, basically you're looking at, in terms of an MRI, the volume of all the structures in the brain.
Right.
And whether or not that volume is using that standard deviation statistical analysis within the normal range or within the abnormal range. Is that
Yes.
correct? Now, when a normal radiologist may view an MRI, do they have the same ability to identify volume as throughout the brain as to whether or not it's high or low?
So neuroradiologists are amazing. They can look at the MRI and can detect almost anything that could kill you. And things that could kill you will all happen in one place. So a tumor will all be in one place. A stroke will produce death of cells in the specific areas that were fed by the artery that got occluded. So if there is a stroke or if there's a tumor or you have multiple sclerosis, those can be visualized by a neuroradiologist. They can look and say, yeah, here's a tumor, here's a stroke, these are multiple sclerosis dots. But a neuroradiologist is not better equipped than anybody else to gauge volume. It's very hard for people to gauge volume. You look at the different heads, is your head bigger or smaller than mine? Hard to say. So this is an illustration by Professor Davatsikos, a leading neuroimaging expert, and he took a slice of MRI and then he randomly took out voxels. 30% of the voxels in this region that's surrounded in red. So a third of the tissue is missing on the right, and I challenge anybody to look at the left and the right and see a difference. You can't notice because it happens sporadically. If it all happened in one spot, you will see a hole, a big hole. But when it happens sporadically, you can't visually see. The same way as the Black Forest in Germany, as you may know, is dying. But you couldn't tell from walking in it, it's still a huge forest. You couldn't even tell from an aerial photograph. You can still see a forest. But when you compare aerial photographs that were taken in the past 40 years, you can see that a lot of trees are dying, but they're not all dying in one spot. They're dying sporadically. So you can't visually see it. You have to actually count how many trees were there this year, how many trees this year, how many trees, and then you see the number goes down.
So if, for example, there was a tumor, which is a localized defect in the brain, because it's localized, that you could see volume loss based upon that tumor.
Yes.
You could also see volume loss based upon a stroke because it's localized to a particular area of the brain. But if there is an overall loss of volume throughout the entire brain, that's not something that a radiologist can commonly recognize or identify just in doing an MRI.
Exactly.
And that is what's demonstrated in this photo.
I mean, even the sex differences that you saw in the previous graph, radiologists can look at the brain and they won't be able to tell if it's male or female. But if you quantitate, you can see a big difference.
And the next slide is the MRI results from Mr. Dorsey based upon your evaluation of the data, particularly relating to volume. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jurors, obviously that gray area would be normal, based upon, that would be the bell-shaped area of that curve, correct?
So the vertical axis shows the z-scores for our client, and in the gray shaded area for the normative sample. So from +1 to -1, this is the normal range. That's where 2/3 of people will be. In the horizontal axis, you see the different brain regions that we measured. So you can see that the whole brain area, in the left hemisphere is in red, the right hemisphere is in blue. And you can see that the left and right are pretty close to each other, with some exceptions in his case. But you can see on the left is the volume of the cortex, of white matter, and the total cranial volume that includes everything in the head. And these values are between 2.5 and 3 standard deviations below normal. So our client has a small brain relative to normal.
And can we talk a little bit about, in terms of, generally, when you see this type of lower than average, obviously 2 to 3 standard deviations below average in volume, in terms of your research, does that indicate anything of significance in terms of issues with the patient?
Yes, it indicates most likely a neurodevelopmental abnormality.
And can you explain to the jurors what that
So,
is?
You remember the brain of a baby growing up. When so many regions are small, it suggests that the brain just never really fully developed.
And when somebody has a neurodevelopmental disorder, does that put them at greater risk of developing other issues in their life?
Yes, so when you have such a disorder, you may have dysfunctional brain, it would get you into more trouble, you'll have difficulties in school, and sometimes when you have academic difficulties, you start with externalizing behavior, you can get in fights and troubles. I mean, it's difficult to function normally.
And if I could just, the fact that somebody has this type of lower than normal volume doesn't necessarily mean that they will have problems, but would it be more correct to say they may be at risk of that?
Yes, I mean, the environment is very important. The same 2 kids, one of them is raised in a nurturing environment, they will gently guide that individual how to cope with the difficulties and how to do better. But if the environment is bad, then such individuals are in trouble.
So obviously, if somebody has support systems in place in terms of families supporting them, that would help in dealing with day-to-day life, even if you have these abnormalities involved. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
But if there are situations in which there may be stress factors that come into play, or those protective factors like family disappear, then a person like this would be at greater risk, perhaps, of having problems dealing with a stressful situation.
Yes.
And can we talk a little bit about some of the structures? We talked earlier about the hippocampus, the memory. In looking at Mr. Dorsey's MRI, is that structure particularly low in volume?
So you can see about in the middle of the brain, amygdala and hippocampus, and they are almost 3.5 to 4 standard deviation below normal on the right side. And so amygdala and hippocampus, you know the role in memory and in emotion. Also mid-temporal gyrus, MTG here, also has abnormally low volume on the left, and that's where memories are stored.
And if I could just, for 1 second, if, for example, and you're familiar with neuropsychological testing, correct?
Yeah.
And neuropsychological testing can try to identify if there are problems with memory deficits.
Yes, neuropsychological testing should identify memory problems, but it doesn't identify any problems with emotion regulation. It's not part of the standard neuropsych battery.
But is it fair to say that these findings in low volume and those structures related to memory would be consistent with neuropsychological testing that found deficits in memory?
Yeah, I mean, this individual should have deficits in memory.
Okay. And there's also, with regard to the executive functioning portions of the brain, the frontal lobe, are those also low?
Yes.
in
All
volume?
these regions here are frontal lobe, and they show reduced volume between 2 and 2.5 standard deviations below normal.
And this is the structure of the brain that basically is regulating our responses to kind of those more emotional, in for lack of a better term, primitive impulses that may come from, for example, the
From the
amygdala.
amygdala. So in his case, if the amygdala issues an alarm, it goes to the frontal lobe, but the frontal lobe is damaged, so it may be compromised in its ability to deal with information coming from the amygdala.
Okay. And again, from this data alone, you can't make any formal diagnosis. You can just say that this person may be at risk if they don't have the same adequate protective factors or they're facing greater stresses in their life at one particular time.
Correct.
And can you also talk a little bit about the corpus callosum structures here in the low volume?
Yes, you can see particularly here, this is part of the corpus callosum. This, in the whole corpus callosum here has low volume, but particularly the back of the corpus callosum has very low volume.
And does this graph in terms of the volume, would it also be indicative of somebody who has had untreated head injuries?
So the reason I would think that this individual has head injuries, in addition to being neurodevelopmentally abnormal, is because of the difference between left and right. So every time you get a blow to the head, as you know, the brain floats in fluid, which will prevent you from getting a head injury every time you sneeze. The brain will shake in the box, and the fluid protects it from hitting the bone. The back of your head is nice and smooth, but the front has nasty bones right here called the orbital ridge. And the frontal lobe sits right on top of those bones. So if there is a big, the brain shakes forward hard, it will break through the fluid and will rub against those orbital bones. And that's why in almost every severe head injury, you get damage to the orbital frontal region, front of the brain. The other thing that happens with a head injury is if it's not straightforward, which it usually isn't, it is at an angle to the left or to the right, that in addition to being thrown back and forth, the brain twists around its around its center. So every time an object twists, the biggest force of the, what we call torque, is in the middle. That's why we have door handles. If you try to open the door by holding the pivot, even the strongest man in this room will probably not be able to open most doors. That's why we have a handle, and we apply less force to generate a big force in the middle. That's the whole idea of a lever. Now in the brain it's reverse. The big force of the twist is right in the center. So what happens in brain regions that are in the center is that the nerve cells get stretched and then fall back in place. And if they don't fall perfectly right, they will die. So that's why we have death of cells in the center of the brain, right in the pivot.
And the fact that a lot of these loss in volumes, there's kind of significant differences between the right and left hemisphere, that could also be something that would be consistent, or something that you would find with somebody who has had untreated head injury.
Yes, if it were just a developmental disorder, the left and the right will be right on top of each other. And here in some cases you see difference between left and right of more than one standard deviation. So that suggests more of a head injury picture. And the other thing is that the high volume here are in cerebrospinal fluid. So every time a brain cell dies, its place is taken up by fluid. So the increased fluid indicates that there were cells there that died, and now you have fluid.
And those would be the ventricle structures of the brain?
That's a ventricular structure. It's inside the brain.
I could go on to the next slide and clear this. The other data that you analyzed was a PET scan.
Yes.
And again, can you describe for the jurors briefly what is involved in a PET scan?
Okay, so here on the upper right you see a PET scanner. It's not a tube, it's much smaller, and it surrounds the body. And the way it works is that, as I think I mentioned, every time a nerve cell fires, it becomes exhausted. It goes through a refractory period where it can't fire again until it gets new energy. And the way the brain gets energy is by burning sugar using oxygen. So the sugar, we call it glucose. So the sugar and the oxygen reach the brain through the blood. As you may know, every time the brain gets the first peak of blood coming from the lungs. Every time you breathe, the blood gets oxygenated, and it first goes to the brain. So that's important because you need to supply the nerve with energy to fire again. So what is done with a PET scan is you take sugar, but it's synthetic sugar. It's called deoxyglucose, D-E-O-X-Y glucose. It's synthetic, and unlike a regular sugar, it doesn't break down in the brain. So, and you tag it, you mix it with what we call a positron emitting ligand. So every molecule its integrity is held together by positively charged and negatively charged particles. The positively charged particles are called positron, negatively charged particles are called electrons. So every molecule will have about the same number, of electrons and positrons, and they hold each other together because an electron will attract the positron and vice versa. So this is how a molecule is held. What the ligand that is being used, a radioactive ligand, has only one electron in it, with 18 positrons circulating around. So that single electron is trying to hold on to all the 18 positively charged particles. It doesn't work. The positrons scatter around. And what we do is we inject this into the patients, and in about half an hour, most of it goes into the brain. When the positrons start scattering around, they will hit an electron randomly, and when a positron and electron meet, they both annihilate. And out of this little explosion, you get two light particles, and fortunately for us, they travel exactly 180 degrees from each other. They go in opposite direction. So now we surround the brain with detectors that can detect these waves. They are called gamma waves. And every time two detectors facing each other get hit at the same time, then that's fed in the computer, and the computer knows that there was some sugar being eaten up in that plane. And now you put all those pictures together, and you can find how much sugar was taken up by each part of the brain. And the more sugar is eaten, the more activity there is. So the other way, the more activity, the more sugar is being eaten. And so we get an image. Images, you can see, they don't tell us the anatomy. They only tell us how much sugar was taken up in each region. And then we take the PET, that image from the PET, and we fuse it with an MRI or a CAT scan to find out the anatomy, and that way we can localize the different regions and measure how many coincidental hits happened in that region.
So a PET scan, unlike an MRI, is measuring the rate at which various structures of the brain metabolize glucose.
Exactly.
Again, you mentioned this is part of the PET result from Mr. Dorsey, this next slide, but you mentioned that unlike an MRI, a PET scan, you can't necessarily determine anatomical structures. It has to be kind of included with an MRI to identify specific
Yes.
structures.
Yeah. You have to co-register, as it's called. You have to put them together.
And you did the same type of situation with the PET scan. You obtained the data for various structures of the brain, the rate at which they metabolize glucose, and then you use the kind of standard deviation statistical calculation.
From then on, you treat it the same as you treat the MRI data. You get the numbers. You have a sample of healthy people. You know what is the range of numbers that come from healthy people in each region, and you calculate a z-score, which looks at how many standard deviation away from average we see in Mr. Dorsey's brain.
And similarly, with regard to a radiologist reading an MRI and not being able to recognize diffuse volume loss, but only localized volume loss, is there a similar issue with a radiologist viewing a PET scan in terms of identifying kind of the rate of metabolism across the entire brain?
Yeah, it's even worse. The situation with PET is even worse, and there are few radiologists who will just look at the image of PET. Sometimes PET is used very often, for example, to look at, to find out if a tumor is cancer in the brain. Regular tumor will have abnormally low metabolism. Cancer tumor will have abnormally high metabolism. So a radiologist can see regions in a tumor. If they look at the tumor, they can see that is it high metabolism or is it low? If it's low metabolism, it's good news. High metabolism is bad news.
But again, they're limited in looking in
But
local
just looking
lines.
at an image of somebody without a tumor, it's very difficult to tell if the region is abnormal.
I mean, what they're looking at is kind of a localized phenomenon rather than a diffuse phenomenon across the entire
Exactly.
brain. I want to move on. This next slide, this does represent the PET scan results from Mr. Dorsey, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury what was of significance in terms of this PET scan? What was significant to you in terms of the PET scan, Mr. Dorsey?
So you look at this graph the same way as you did with the MRI graph. The vertical axis gives you the z-scores. The horizontal axis gives you the various regions that were measured. The gray area is what is normal. And you can see here that there are several regions where Mr. Dorsey has abnormally high metabolism and several regions with abnormally low metabolism. What is common to the regions of high metabolism is that these are frontal regions and the cingulate, which is, you remember that structure that is right over the corpus callosum and that regulates the behavior, inhibits aggression. Now, this PET image, if you do an MRI, the patient can be sleeping, it will look the same. But you do a PET scan, you have to have a standard, what is called default mode condition. The patient, during the uptake of glucose, is supposed to be in a fairly dimly lit room and get no task to do. You just sit for half an hour waiting, and you're not challenged or given any task. So that is defined as the default mode state. And what we found, in general, is that some regions are always active in the default mode state, and we call that the default mode network. And the reason is that the brain has to be ready for action. So these are regions where the brain is basically idling, but you need those regions to be to work so that you are ready to act if you are challenged. If the patient is challenged, then all those default mode network regions will actually shut down, will become hypometabolic, and other regions that are important for the job will become hypermetabolic, so that the brain stays at a steady overall metabolic state.
And looking at Mr. Dorsey, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In his case, the regions, if he is challenged, the regions that are hypermetabolic will shut down, and the regions that are hypometabolic at a rest state will shoot up. And in his case, the regions that are hypermetabolic are the frontal lobe and the cingulate gyrus, which is part of the frontal lobe system. And the regions that are hypometabolic are amygdala, hippocampus, and globus pallidus, which is part of the reward system. So that's a region that if you see you walk in the street and you see a nice cake in the window of a bakery, you say, "Whoa, that looks good. I want it." Every time you do something that makes you feel good, this system, the reward system, will shoot up. So in his case, if he's challenged, the frontal lobe and the region, the cingulate that controls impulses, will shut down, and on the other hand, the emotional brain and the reward brain will shoot up.
And
So in some ways, he will be in a strange situation where he might be enjoying the conflict.
and again, the fact that somebody has these types of abnormal structures in the PET scan, that is the some of the structures related to emotional regulation being in the hypo, and some of the structures related to thinking being in the hyper mode. That doesn't necessarily mean that this person is going to or will engage in some unusual behavior, but it puts them at risk of that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, the problem of this person may be that when they see a cake in the bakery, they'll go in and buy it. You know, they won't be able to control the impulse to get that cake. They won't consider all those things that we think about that stops us from eating cakes.
And,
Right.
and again, with the MRI, I mean, obviously if somebody has support factors in place like good family support or structure, that's less, that risk diminishes versus if those types of support systems or structure disappears.
Exactly.
Then I'd like to move on to your conclusions with regard to the MRI and the PET. Can you just generally talk about your conclusions, the reduced volume in the MRI, and then the abnormal mode activation in the PET? Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then the regions that regulate major behavioral domains, these are regions that were particularly present with the low volume and the abnormal glucose metabolism. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And these would be particularly the executive functioning portion of the brain, the frontal lobe, the thinking portion of the brain,
Yes.
as well as memory and motivation. And then you have corpus callosum. Can you explain what you mean by connectome?
So,
Connectome and the corpus callosum.
yes.
Let me interrupt you here. To the extent that I'm painfully aware we're at 90 minutes, is this next section on conclusion, will this have some length and you have additional going on, or are you pretty close to being?
Pretty close to that.
All right, I'll let you finish off.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The corpus callosum structure is one of the structures that you indicated in the low volume would be indicative of untreated head injury, correct?
Yes.
And
Because
then-
it's a central, it's right in the middle.
And that, particularly if a head strike from the side, would be the twisting that you described.
Correct.
And then, obviously, we've already talked about it. I want to make clear that you're not diagnosing anything from these findings. You're simply identifying what is abnormal in the MRI in terms of low brain volume, what's abnormal in terms of the PET, about abnormal hypermetabolism of certain structures and hypo glucose metabolism of certain structures. And what that may mean for this individual in terms of them possibly being at risk of certain things or certain actions that somebody who didn't have these abnormalities would not be at risk for. And the presence of support structures like family or structured environment would certainly help diminish the possibility of that risk.
Yes.
And their absence may increase the possibility of that risk.
Yes. I mean, we have evidence that growing up poor has an effect on brain volume.
Would also, growing up in an area that had a significant amount of violence be
Yes.
an issue. Obviously, you can't identify a specific cause for this.
Correct. It's consistent with several possibilities.
One is a neurodevelopmental disorder, and as part of neurodevelopmental disorder, schizophrenia would fit in that category. Is that correct?
Yes. The reason that makes me think schizophrenia mostly is the reduced volume and the increase in cerebrospinal fluid. These are two very consistent findings in schizophrenia.
That kind of large increase in the volume of the ventricles that you pointed out.
Correct.
And then also traumatic brain injury, this could also be a cause. So there could be multiple causes for what you-
Unfortunately, having a developmental disorder doesn't protect you from head injuries.
Judge, I think at this point I have no further questions for Dr. Durham.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been at it 90 minutes. It'd be a good time for us to take a morning break. Where we do cross-examination. You're not to form or express the opinion about the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You put all of the evidence, the argument of counsel, and the court's final instructions. You may discuss this case amongst yourselves, provided that you don't go to the ultimate question of guilt or innocence. If anyone does try to talk to you about this case, you must report to the court immediately. We'll be in a 15-minute recess. All right.
Would be nice.
Our record should reflect that the jurors have left the room. Anything administratively before we take our break? Defense?
No, Judge.
State?
No, Judge.
All right, we'll be in a 15-minute recess. Can we get the witness some water? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. You can leave the stand if you wish.
Do you want that PowerPoint? I had some just double dosed or really, really focused. This like reduced volume or whatever causes memory and he's much reliable on the story for the incident. Some of these reports talk about documented injuries to concussion. There's largely documented. I don't know if his says anything. That golden Callaway. Dark car. And remembers too, because like how he had the yellow story that I've read. Saturday. My DoorDash I didn't find red peppers in the stock. COVID made me dependent on deliveries. First 3 weeks of the lockdown, I did not leave my house. I like maybe went outside, took a lap. Other than that, I didn't go anywhere. There's my grandma. Maybe after Mary went.
On record.
We're back on record, state of Indiana versus Elliahs Dorsey, defendant, present person by counsel, state by deputy prosecutors. We're ready for the jury defense?
Yes, Judge.
State.
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. please be seated. Before we took morning break, we had Bill on the defendant's case in chief, and the defendant during direct examination, Dr. Kura. Does the state wish to move across?
Yes, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. Morning, Doctor.
Mine.
Let's start by talking about the PET study that we sort of ended with before. I just want to make sure I'm clear, that basically measures the rate at which the brain uses glucose, right?
Correct.
So it's sort of a measure of how hard your brain is working.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you didn't conduct that test, right?
I what?
You didn't actually conduct the PET study.
No.
You weren't there when he was in the tube. You weren't part of
No.
that. Now, the results of that test were analyzed by Dr. Jacob Dubroff first, correct?
Right.
He's a radiologist.
He's a radiologist, nuclear medicine physician.
Now, he reviewed those images, and he said that the images from the PET study were of good quality without artifacts.
Correct.
He also said that they do not reveal any patterns of reduced glucose metabolism suggestive of a specific neurodegenerative disease, correct?
Yes.
And he also said that the images do not reveal any atrophy, any encephalomalacia, or anatomical abnormality, correct?
Yes, except that this is
So
a PET
hold on,
scan.
I just want to go through each of those terms.
Yeah.
So atrophy means shrinkage, basically, right?
Death of tissue, yes.
Encephalomalacia, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Now that's the softening of the loss of tissue after like an infection or an injury or some type of trauma.
Correct.
And you didn't see any of that?
No.
Now, Dr. Dubroff is also at UPenn, right?
Correct.
In the same hospital that you work out of?
Yes.
Did you find him and tell him that he was wrong about his interpretation?
No.
But you're saying that there is atrophy, there is shrinkage, there is death of the cells, but he's saying that he didn't see it.
Not on the PET scan.
Okay, so did you go and
Atrophy,
say,
atrophy is determined with the MRI.
okay, so did you go and say, hey doc, your analysis is incomplete, I'm seeing more than you are?
No, what, he's reading PET scan, so.
Now, he did say that the PET scan demonstrates mild to moderately decreased uptake in the portion of the brain that is related to cognitive work, specifically memory.
Right.
So we might see memory issues from somebody with a PET scan like the defendants, right?
Yes.
Now, he did issue a word of caution, though, in reading the PET scan, correct? He said that there are some areas that show increased metabolism, but he said this likely reflects how the brain is being measured compared to the software database. And he went on to say that more specifically, the database for the software that he was using is intended to make diagnosis in older individuals, and here it's being applied to a 30-year-old, right?
Yeah.
So when you say that the PET findings confirm a large variability among regions, isn't that exactly the type of analysis that he cautioned against? Because what you're reading on PET scan is comparing him to mostly older people who are in the software database.
The software he was using does that. What we used is the standard control group.
Now, for the MRI, same thing, that was done here, correct, in November of
Yes.
2022? And that was interpreted by a radiologist?
Yes.
And when a radiologist looks at an MRI, they look for things like you said, tumor, signs of stroke, whether it's an old stroke or a more recent one, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, those are all things that they would look for.
Yes. For
Things-
Parkinson's, you can't see with MRI necessarily, but sometimes you can.
Sure.
Advanced Parkinson's would show up.
They would be able to see a traumatic brain injury.
Yes.
It's pretty common for a radiologist to look at it and note if there is brain atrophy, right?
Yes.
And in fact, they would measure it, it's sort of like the Black Forest example you gave. You don't just look at it on one day, you sort of compare it over time. So if a radiologist sees brain atrophy, they would be able to say, well, it's abnormal for a patient who's 50 versus normal for a person who's 80 or 85. Because the brain naturally atrophies as you age, right?
Yes.
They'd also be able to see things like encephalitis, so swelling related to infection.
Yes.
What about hydrocephalus?
Oh, yes.
So if there's that, I'm sorry, that's increased accumulation of that cerebrospinal fluid.
Yeah,
And that's the stuff on those images in the PowerPoint that shows up as black areas, right? Because that's the way that the water molecules register.
correct.
So if there's excess spinal fluid, cerebrospinal fluid in your brain in those ventricles, that shows up in an MRI?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this MRI was read by Dr. Connie Kapinski here at IU Health, right?
Yes.
And she said that it was a normal MRI of the brain.
Yes.
So she didn't detect any of those things that we just walked through.
Correct.
Okay. But then you run this MRI through a computer program, right? And your computer program tells you, oh, the brain is 3 standard deviations too small.
Yes.
Now, at the very end of that presentation, we started talking about schizophrenia. First time to come up. Now, you say that's related to increased ventricular volume,
Yes.
and like you said, that's when that cerebral spinal fluid floods the areas where the brain is shrunk.
Correct.
So again, Dr. Kapinski didn't see that on the MRI, but when somebody has that spinal fluid that's flooding the ventricles, can that also be referred to as idiopathic normal pressure hydrocephalus?
Yeah, no, but that looks much worse.
Sure. So when you have that situation where that spinal fluid is flooding these areas of brain atrophy, that's when you see things like trouble with your gait, like somebody might walk
Yeah.
oddly, balance trouble, even like incontinence and bladder control issues.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad situation.
Sure. So, setting aside the fact that we don't have any of that here, you said that there's a correlation between that increased ventricular volume and schizophrenia. What's the correlation? So if I tell you we got 100 people with increased ventricular volume, how many are we going to see schizophrenia?
It's hard to say. The increased ventricular volume is very non-specific. It can happen. It can happen in several disorders,
Okay,
but it's one of the signs that you see in schizophrenia.
sure. So if I told you I found a 2018 study that was published in the journal Neurosurgery, and it said that out of a group of patients that showed increased ventricular volume, about 3% of those people had schizophrenia. Does that sound like an accurate correlation to the 3% number?
This is I'm not familiar with that paper, or maybe, but I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Sure. I'm just curious, because you said
If
there's a correlation,
this
so I
is,
wonder
if this
what
is
that
from
number
a general neurosurgery practice, then very few of those will have schizophrenia.
You also talked about a region in your report in the brain called the basal ganglia. Am I saying
Yes.
that right? And you said that there was hypertrophy there. So it had shrunk.
Right.
And in your report, it mentioned that that's the portion of the brain that controls voluntary motor movements.
That's part of it.
So when you're talking about the voluntary motor movements, are we talking like gross motor movements like playing football, or are we talking fine motor movements like loading and aiming and firing a rifle?
So the whole thing together is coordinated also with the cerebellum.
Okay.
So it's a more complicated system. It's
all
an
voluntary
important
movement.
node in that system.
Okay, okay. And you also specified that there was atrophy in a specific portion of that basal ganglia that might be associated with Tourette's or obsessive compulsive disorder.
Well, that region is in general a part of the reward system, and in Tourette's you get damage in that region. It's
Sure.
associated with Tourette's.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant has Tourette's or obsessive compulsive disorder?
No, I don't.
And then we talked about the amygdala volume loss associated with lack of insight, associated with aggression, behaviors like that.
I'm sorry?
That loss of volume would be associated in the amygdala,
Amygdala?
is associated with impulse control, aggression, things like that.
Yes.
And that individuals with these type of abnormalities may have issues with impulse control and lack of insight.
Yes.
Now, the brain damage that you detected, is it going to get better?
That's hard to say. I think if he's kept in good conditions, we could see some improvement over the years.
So does the volume that you're detecting, the volume loss, does that fluctuate day to day?
No.
Okay.
No.
So the actual physical size of the brain isn't changing day to day.
No.
So then your path that you're on in terms of being more likely to demonstrate these behaviors, that's not going to change either, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you mentioned a veteran that you work with who had brain damage, and every time that baby swing made that noise, you said he went ballistic.
Right.
So that precondition that made him more likely to explode, because it was always there, it happened again and again and again, right? You see that pattern?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said in your report, the etiology of these abnormalities is difficult to determine and requires clinical evaluation and integration with history. First off, that word, etiology. What does that mean?
Is the cause.
Okay. So the cause is difficult to determine and requires clinical evaluation. So you say requires. We've heard it may, it might a lot, but here you're definitive, it requires clinical evaluation. Now, you didn't do a clinical evaluation, right?
Right, I didn't.
Is this the first time you've been in the room with the
It's the
defendant?
first time I laid eyes on him is here.
Okay. So if there's no clinical evaluation and an expert opinion is based predominantly on the quantitative analysis of neuroimaging data, opinions may not be offered linking such findings to specific behaviors. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And the expert should not offer, let alone dispute, specific diagnosis reached by a clinical examination.
Correct.
So, now you wrote that, right?
Yeah.
So, what you're saying there is that you are looking just at the imaging data, and you're reaching conclusions about how it may manifest itself in behavior.
Correct, exactly.
But if a clinician actually examines the person and comes to a different conclusion, then that's the person to go with.
That's correct.
Okay. Because, in fact, there are ways that a clinician can measure things like impulse control and aggression, antisocial behavior, things like that, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with something called the Minnesota Multi-Phase Personality Inventory?
Yes.
It's a huge battery of questions. You sit down, you go through it, and it can give us essentially what's a T-score, a statistical model to tell if there's some clinical concern for somebody's emotional adjustment, right?
Yeah. The T-score is like a Z-score, except it's defined as average of 50 and standard deviation of 10.
Exactly. So there's a lot of math that goes into interpreting the results to make sure that it's accurately scored, right?
Correct.
So it would measure things like behavioral or externalizing dysfunction. So problems with under controlled behavior.
Right.
So you give somebody this test, and we'll expect to see a score, right?
Yes.
It would also give us antisocial behavior score. So things like rule breaking, irresponsible behavior, we'll get a score for that.
Yes.
And the T-score will tell us if it's in that clinical range that a clinician would be concerned about, right?
Yes.
It would also give us a score for hypomanic activation, which is that overactivation, that aggression, that impulsivity that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So somebody who's done that MMPI test will get a score.
Yes.
Gives us a whole lot of measures for different forms of aggression, too, right?
Yes.
Now, there's also an examination called the Personality Assessment Inventory.
Yes.
Same idea, right? You answer a bunch of questions. Those raw numbers are run through an algorithm. You get what's called a T-score.
Right.
Same idea. It gives you a range and it gives you a cutoff for something is an area of clinical concern.
Correct.
And that would give us things like a score for paranoia, for schizophrenia, for psychotic experiences, for aggression, for antisocial behaviors, for antisocial stimulus seeking. All of those things that you've indicated his brain might show, you can actually test for and get a score to see if the patient demonstrates those, right?
Yes, with some qualifications, because
Because, like you said, the clinician who's doing the exam, that's the more reliable source than saying the actual physical shape of the brain may lead to these behaviors, right?
yes.
I have no further.
Redirect.
Yes. So, Dr. Gurr, the questions that the prosecutor asked you about the PET scan and not finding this to be a neurodegenerative disease based upon the data from the PET, it's correct that you're finding that there was possibly a neurodegenerative disease was based on the findings from the MRI.
Yes.
And essentially, the PET measures the amount of glucose that's being metabolized and whether or not that is in the normal range or the abnormal range.
Correct.
But based upon your analysis of the data from both the PET and the MRI, you did find evidence of possible neurodegenerative disease, neurodevelopmental disease based upon the MRI.
Right.
In testifying about basically how an MRI is created, that is also created, those images are also created through the use of a computer program, correct?
Right.
And your work in interpreting the data of the MRI was also done through a computer program.
Correct.
Essentially, what was demonstrated in your direct is your identification of diffuse loss of volume throughout the brain is something that a normal radiologist would not be able to identify.
Correct.
They can identify localized areas of brain loss volume.
Yeah.
And that may be due to things like a tumor, stroke, those types of things. But you were looking at more the diffuse loss of volume throughout the brain itself.
Yes, exactly.
And we talked about this several times during your direct. And as the prosecutor pointed out, your interpretation of the PET and the MRI, you're not using it to diagnose any specific illness or disorder with Mr. Dorsey.
Correct.
But what you were seeing is that somebody who had these issues in terms of brain volume and abnormalities in metabolism may put them at risk of certain things.
Exactly.
In the same way, somebody possibly having high blood pressure may put them at risk of heart attack.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean they necessarily will have a heart attack, but it puts them at risk.
Correct.
And the other thing the prosecutor brought out is that you cannot use this data to contradict a complete clinical evaluation that would come to an opposite conclusion.
Correct.
And you did testify, I mean, this is the first time you saw Mr. Dorsey in person today, right?
Yes.
You weren't involved in meeting with him or doing any type of clinical evaluation.
No.
You did not do a kind of extensive record review that a clinical or a forensic psychologist or psychiatrist would do.
No, I didn't.
And a forensic psychiatrist or psychologist would also conduct an extensive clinical evaluation.
Oh, yes.
But you, after the fact, after you did your interpretation, you did become familiar with some of the findings of the other doctors in this case.
Yes.
And for example, we talked about neuropsychology and neuropsychology testing that you're obviously familiar with.
Yes.
And you're also familiar with Dr. Charles Golden.
Of course.
And you're familiar with his neuropsychological findings and testing that found deficits in memory, cognition, and executive function.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what you saw in the MRI and the PET imaging, saying that, yes, Mr. Dorsey, based upon those images, is at risk of those things.
Correct.
So basically, your neuroimaging is consistent with the specific neuropsychological testing that Dr. Golden did.
Yes.
And you're also familiar, and this is subsequent, you didn't see these reports before you did your examination. You saw the reports of Dr. Agagar, correct?
Yeah.
And you're aware that he diagnosed him after meeting with Mr. Dorsey, doing a clinical evaluation, reviewing all records, diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what you saw in the neuroimaging.
Yes, correct.
And then you also saw the reports of a forensic psychologist, Dr. Calloway. And she did a full clinical evaluation, met with Mr. Dorsey, did a complete evaluation of the records, and in her diagnosis, part of her diagnosis was rule out schizophrenia, which means she cannot say for certain that this is not schizophrenia.
Correct.
And that would be consistent with what you saw in your neuroimaging as well.
Yes.
And you also know from the reports of Dr. Calloway and Dr. Agarkar that they also diagnosed him with a mild neurocognitive disorder.
Correct.
Which essentially is based upon what you saw in the neuroimaging, he would be at risk for.
Correct.
So your neuroimaging was also consistent with that diagnosis of Dr. Calloway and Dr. Agarkar that found a mild neurocognitive disorder. And they also, in their report, indicated that this mild neurocognitive disorder would make it difficult for him to, for example, engage in thinking and reasoning to recognize that paranoid beliefs were not based in reality.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with your neuroimaging as well.
Yes.
So from the reports that you saw, and these were all reports that you saw after you did your neuroimaging, you didn't read those reports first and then do the neuroimaging. Based upon everything you subsequently saw in those reports, it's your opinion that the neuroimaging is consistent with those findings in those reports.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Recross?
Nothing on that, Judge. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have questions for Mr. Cross? I see at least one hand. And for the media, this is relatively new, but the Supreme Court prohibits cameras of binge conferences. So we did not do that last week, but in terms of anything that's occurring up here, the camera needs to be someplace else.
Because it's so dry in here, it's kind of spice it up and visually explain to that. So I was going to show the pros and cons. You should be fine. Client lead at 4. I sure hope they have cameras in the courtroom for Delphi. Delphi would be a bitch if they don't. I forgot to ask Gepler how the road trip to Richmond went with homicide investigator. Eclipse. Giddy. She was giddy. I spend my lunch hour writing a script for an Indian Solved that airs in a week. And Jamie has to start editing this week. He just went out and shot it yesterday afternoon. With these sweeps pieces, it was a script that was due like a week ago. And it was CJ last week after I sent quarterly because I didn't even make phone calls on it. But I got lucky, made a phone call. Got up at 3 a.m. to log it. Couldn't get onto Bit Central. Finally logged it, so I'll sit right there in lunch hour. Figure out a way to record the audio. It doesn't sound like an echo in a hallway. So, Ruthie says 13 and 8 both wanted Rafi. He's a produced girl at the dance without a date. He's not real tall, but he's a good dancer.
I think we're gonna just have him in a year, I think, CBS.
Well, a lot of shit can change in a year, but
Right.
that 4 p.m. Fox, you know, he spends a year sitting on his no compete being, which is interesting that you can, his no compete is just being publicly identified and being on the air. I thought no compete meant he couldn't even like, you know, work behind the scenes as a producer. But a lot of stuff can change in a year, you know. Steve Brown could leave, yourself could leave, Nick could leave, Daniel could leave. I'll still be here. You'll still be here. Pepper will still be here. Of course, what this means is now we will never have an excuse to ever have 13 beat us on the straight. Listen to all this testimony, looking at those scans, you were standing there thinking, I wonder what mine looks like. Quivering in jelly.
Flat?
Yeah. Traumatized.
impact does regular marijuana use have on white matter in the brain, either the structure or the function?
So, we studied the effects of marijuana use in the big Philadelphia cohort of about 10,000 youth. One finding was surprising, which is if you look at their cognitive performance, especially executive function, those who use marijuana score a little bit higher. I guess if you're a kid, you have to have executive function to get the stuff. There is evidence that using marijuana can trigger psychosis, can trigger schizophrenia. And there is accumulating evidence that in the context of the first episode of psychosis, there is a high effect, a very high impact on using marijuana. In general, marijuana, even on a regular basis, does not seem to affect cognitive performance, except if you're trying to do it while you are intoxicated, but talking about long-range effects. But it can trigger the onset of schizophrenia.
All right. How much can brain structure change in a 2-year time span?
The answer depends on the age. Between age 0 and 3, there are a lot of changes. Between age about 8 and 20, there are also a lot of changes, even when you measure in 2 years apart. Over the age of 20, the brain remains pretty much stable until things begin to go south, when you grow older and you begin to get degenerative changes.
And does your evaluation allow you to determine when a brain injury occurred or how long issues have been present?
Yeah, unfortunately, no. I can't tell from the MRI when it happened and how long it has been. It's like a photograph of someone. I mean, you can see maybe they have some injuries, but if once you're a few years out of it, you can't really tell when it happened.
Could the use of medication have any effect to the results of your tests?
Not really. Some medications can affect brain. We know that medication for schizophrenia at the beginning do have an effect on brain volume. And in fact, the bigger the effect, the better the treatment. But medications don't make the brain shrink or any of what we have seen.
The jury's heard evidence that Mr. Dorsey had an MRI completed after an incident when he was young. Did you examine those results?
No.
Next question I have is first on, is it within your expertise to talk about the rehabilitation of the brain?
I'm not a rehabilitation expert. Rehabilitation docs would use my reports sometimes to guide what they do.
But that's not within your area of expertise?
But it's not within my area of expertise, no.
Okay. what was the sample size of the healthy males used in the MRI comparison to Mr. Dorsey?
I believe it was 51.
And how about the PET scan, the sample size?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the database that Dr. Dubroff is using, and I really don't know the answer.
Right, that completes the court's asking of the juror questions. Questions by the defense on those questions?
Dr. Gurr, you said that marijuana use can trigger schizophrenia?
Yeah, there is some evidence that a relatively large proportion of people with schizophrenia smoked marijuana before the first episode occurred.
Would it be correct that if the symptoms of psychosis continue on after the person has stopped using marijuana, that would
That's, yes, absolutely.
That would be an indication.
There were, the theory is that people who are susceptible to schizophrenia, who are close to it, sometimes the smoking marijuana can put them above the threshold.
But it's not the cause of the...
No, it's not the cause of schizophrenia. It just can sometimes trigger an episode.
Nothing further.
Questions on the juror's questions or the defense questions, State?
Just briefly, Judge, Doctor, you said that in an adult brain, there really aren't going to be many changes in a 2-year period.
In 2-year period?
Yeah, that was one of the questions that they asked about. In the course of 2 years, your brain isn't going to change very much if you're in adulthood, right?
Right.
That's absent, though, something like a bout of encephalitis or a stroke or an injury. Okay,
Yeah,
so
if you get a stroke in those 2 years, or if you were involved in a big head injury, then yes, you will see changes.
okay, thank you.
Questions on those questions, defense?
No, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have further questions for this witness? And I see no hands on that, sir. You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention.
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Dr. Charles Golden.
Please stand and stretch if you wish. You raise your hand. You promise to ask on the jurors to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth under pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please have a seat. Once you're comfortable in your chair, could you please tell the jurors who you are and how you spell your name?
My name is Charles J. Golden, Golden. I am a neuropsychologist. I do evaluations of people who have potential brain injuries and emotional disorders which may be related to brain dysfunction.
Vince?
Good morning, Dr. Golden. In addition to what you just described for the jurors, are you also a professor of psychology?
Yes, I am a professor of Psychology and run the neuropsychology concentration at Nova Southeastern University in Florida.
And can you briefly describe for the jurors your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pomona College in California and my doctorate degree from the University of Hawaii in Honolulu. I am board certified in clinical psychology, neuropsychology, and psychological assessment.
And can I just have you talk a little bit about your membership in other professional societies? For example, were you at one point the president for the vice president for the National Academy of Neuropsychologists?
I was vice president and president of the National Academy of Neuropsychology, and a fellow of the American Psychological Association, a fellow of the National Academy of Neuropsychology, past president of the assessment division of Division 12 in clinical psychology in the American Psychological Association. And I am currently a board member of the American Board of Psychological Assessment and a past board member of both of the boards that certify neuropsychology.
And you are also on the editorial board of a number of publications related to psychology and neuropsychology.
Yes, a large number that I actually don't even remember, to be honest.
And just briefly, you have also received awards for your work in this field, is that correct?
Yes, rewards us for a distinguished career in neuropsychology and related areas.
And you also publish regularly in this area.
Yes, I have published over 500 books and articles, mostly in the area of neuropsychology and psychological assessment.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit HH. You recognize that?
Yes, this is my long version of my curriculum vitae.
Move to admit Defendant's HH.
No objection.
All right, we show HHH is in Harry admitted without objection.
And Dr. Golden, I'm going to ask some questions about the work you did in Mr. Dorsey's case. And were you asked to conduct a clinical forensic evaluation of Mr. Dorsey to determine if he was suffering from a severe mental disease at the time this incident occurred?
Yes.
And whether or not it impacted his ability to appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions?
Yes, I was.
And could you tell the jurors what was your diagnosis?
Basically, at the time of the incident, we diagnosed him as having an acute psychotic disorder secondary to a substantial brain injury and impairment in his ability to understand that what he was doing was wrong.
And can you talk a little bit about what the sources you used for coming to that conclusion? Did that include a clinical evaluation, Mr. Dorsey?
Yes, clinical neuropsychological evaluation across a number of cognitive and personality tests, as well as review of records, history, and contact with his with significant others in his life.
And is it correct that you did a clinical evaluation of Mr. Dorsey, you met with him twice?
Yes, I did.
And over the course of meeting with him twice, fair that you saw him for probably over 5 hours?
Yeah, I think a total of 8 hours altogether.
Okay. And during that time, did you also conduct some neuropsychological testing?
Yes.
And as a result of that testing, did you determine that he had any, for example, cognitive deficits?
Yes, I did.
Could you explain to the jurors what cognitive deficits you identified?
He had extensive cognitive deficits on the testing. His strengths were in the areas which actually were slightly below average, but the areas of vocabulary. He understands language, he's able to speak, he understands basic words. But anything beyond that, such as abstraction, which would be, for example, I had, a simple example of an abstraction is like if I gave you numbers, if I said 3 and 5, how are they alike? The answer is numbers. They're both numbers. He could do that, but once it got to any level of complexity, he was unable to do that at all. He had particular problems in higher cortical functions of the brain. The brain develops in stages from very basic motor and sensory stages, as we see in an infant, then to the development of language and spatial and basic concrete abilities. And then as we become older in our adolescence and young adulthood, the brain develops higher cognitive, more complex functions that are essential to us functioning as effective human beings, as successful human beings. It is these higher level functions that he is mostly impaired in. The testing was very obvious that he could do these kinds of basic things. He could interact with people. He has a nice personality and all of that sort of thing. But when it came to figuring things out, to understanding relationships, to understanding complex situations, he reached inappropriate conclusions frequently and was unable to follow and understand that he, even when you explained to him that he was doing it incorrectly, he was unable to understand why he was doing it incorrectly.
And as part of the testing that you just described, would that include neuropsychological testing to determine the quality of executive functioning?
Yes, all of the testing was neuropsychological testing.
And can you explain to the jury a little bit about executive functioning and what specific deficits that you recognize, Mr. Dorsey?
Executive functions, as I indicated, are the higher level, more complex types of functions. The most basic of them are things like flexibility, insight, understanding one's own behavior, controlling what you pay attention to, how you focus, and abstraction. And the ability to look at things happening around you and then to understand what those mean in their entirety. Individuals with these type of deficits tend to be overly simplistic in their assessment of the world around them. They look for very simple answers. They do well when they have structure and people are guiding them, telling them what the rules are, what to do, how to function. But when they have to try to figure it out on their own, they become lost. They don't recognize that, unfortunately, so they, again, reach the wrong conclusions and then act on them, and sometimes in, unfortunately, very inappropriate ways.
And I think you did describe Mr. Dorsey as a concrete, linear thinker. Would you explain to the jurors what you meant by that, and if that is consistent with the description you just gave?
Yes, he understands the concrete, basic things that are going on. For example, in language, as I said, he understands vocabulary, he understands grammar, he can listen to you and understand. But once it gets a little bit more complex, he has difficulty. So when he has to just memorize something, he does actually reasonably well. He works harder than other people to do it, but he does reasonably well. But when he has to memorize something complicated and understand it, that's when he has the difficulty. So he can do the memorization, but he doesn't do the integration and understanding of what he's doing. So again, he simplifies it for himself in order to deal with it, without recognizing, without having the insight to see that he may not understand what's going on around him.
Were there also testing that indicate he had deficits, other cognitive deficits, and other deficits related to memory as well?
Yes, he has memory deficits. Again, as I said, rote memory was relative. Again, he has to work harder than the average person to memorize things, but he's able to do it, and he's actually willing to work harder. But when it is something that has to be rushed or something that, again, requires understanding and integration, he is unable to do that.
And he also, your testing also displayed some significant cognitive deficits as well.
Right, well, these are all cognitive deficits. His IQ was lower, well below average in the borderline range. Again, largely not due to his, again, basic language skills, but to all the other skills, again, that are more demanding of him in terms of processes.
And can you explain a little bit how these deficits may impact him? For example, if he is in a situation that is stressful.
Well, again, because he has impairment in these higher cortical functions, stress lowers his ability. It does that in all of us. We all know that we make more bad decisions when we're under stress, when we're tired, when a lot of things are going wrong. The problem for him is that he starts at a much lower point, so when he again becomes less functional, this is a much more serious condition than it would be in the average or individual.
So, obviously, from what you've already described, he is somebody that would do much better in a more structured environment.
Right. With structure, with rules, with someone telling him this is the right thing to do, this is the wrong thing, this is the right decision. He does very well. He interacts with people. He's not belligerent. He's cooperative. He does what you ask to the extent of his ability. And if you keep it concrete and straightforward, he acts in a perfectly normal manner.
So if he had, and you did have the opportunity to review reports from his family, correct?
Yes.
You also had the opportunity to actually talk to his fiancée, Bianca Davis.
Yes.
And based upon that type of structure that he would have received from his family would be important in his ability to function up to the time of his incident.
Would be extremely important.
And just before I get too far afield, you also saw the results of Dr. Durr's imaging.
Yes, I did.
And were the results of Dr. Durr's imaging consistent with the results of your testing?
Yes, they were.
And I believe that based upon your evaluation of information from family and friends, you did identify a number of psychiatric symptoms that were present prior to the incident.
Yes.
Could you explain to the jurors some of those symptoms that you identified?
Well, the symptoms, the major symptoms were paranoia, suspicious of others, which got to the point of him making unwarranted accusations against individuals like his barber, his feelings that people were out to kill him, even though there was no objective evidence that anybody was out there to do that. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. He became very, what we call hypervigilant. Paranoid people are hypervigilant because, again, they see that they're about to be attacked from all directions and they have to do something about it. This usually also results in a lack of sleep, disorderly contact. His former fiancée describes that very strongly. After she breaks up with him, he comes back to see her very disheveled. He doesn't understand that they've broken up. He still thinks somehow that they are going to be together. So he's essentially what you could call stalking her and repeatedly coming to her house. Her father has to ask him to leave, but he still doesn't understand what's going on and what's happening. And this increases his paranoia and his suspicions, and he becomes completely convinced that, again, he's going to be killed by somebody, and his family is going to be killed, and he warns people about this, these are the primary symptoms. These are made worse by COVID. COVID had a big negative effect on people with paranoia because now you're isolated from people, so there's no direction, there's no support. But even more importantly, now everybody becomes a source of killing you, if not from a gun, from giving you COVID. People were dying all over the place at the time, and to somebody like the defendant, that just heightens the level of the sense of destruction, that things are falling apart completely and are out of control.
And was this, this kind of feeling of paranoia, was it complicated by the circumstances in his upbringing, specifically that he was raised in a neighborhood that had a reputation for violence, he had witnessed people and friends being killed? Did that also play a role?
Yeah, well, that kind of role is a very basic and actually a sane reaction to understand I live in a dangerous neighborhood and I need to take care of myself. And that sort of gives him a foundation. Individuals who are brought up in settings that are dangerous, where they do not have adequate support or feelings of safety, it actually changes the brain. There have been studies done to show individuals in that have changes to the areas of the brain which affect our ability to see the world in a neutral light. They tend to see everything in a more negative light. Again, not to the point of necessarily committing crimes or anything, but it brings you to the point of over-identifying dangers that are in the environment and overreacting to situations. And this in turn is made worse by the brain injury, because as we grow up, the higher levels of the brain are able to tell us, hey, this reaction is not appropriate, that I'm no longer in a dangerous situation, that where I am, that I am safer than I think I am. And we all have to talk to ourselves to a degree to whatever we went through in our childhood. And be it depression, anger, whatever the case may be. And the lack of ability of the development of the frontal lobes prevents us from doing this. So his reactions are more like a 10-year-old child than they are like an adult. And that becomes, obviously, as we become adults, they expect us to be more controlled. They expect you to recognize these sorts of things, and he's unable to do that. So they expected more of him that he could do, although again, he didn't have the insight to understand that.
And you've already talked a little bit about the displays of paranoia that were reported to you by family in leading up to the incident. As part of your review, did you also review the statements in the deposition of Elliahs Brown, who was with him in the apartment when this incident?
Yes.
Did you also listen to the 911 calls?
Yes.
That were made? And based upon your review of that evidence, did that also indicate to you that at the time of this incident, he was still in the state where he believed that his life was in immediate danger?
Yes, no, he clearly, obviously he tells the 911 call, you're not really the police, this is all fake. He's telling Aisha that she's planning on killing him, that she is calling people in order to destroy him, to kill him, that he doesn't know what to do, he doesn't know where he can go to be safe, and he clearly felt at that point it had reached a peak of his paranoid delusions, that his death or attempted death was going to happen almost immediately.
And you mentioned the brain injury, the neurocognitive deficits that you identified. We've already talked a little bit about this, but how does that play into this situation? For example, at the time of the incident where he's believing that his girlfriend is trying to kill him, that it's not the police at the door. How do those neurocognitive deficits?
Again, without frontal lobes, he is unable to appreciate that what he's doing is abnormal. He's unable to recognize that maybe I'm overreacting to this situation, maybe the feelings and emotions that I'm having are not appropriate. He can't second guess himself. He doesn't have that ability. Again, that's what we call insight into it, because we all, react to situations, again, where we may say, hey, I'm overreacting, or that may not mean what it appears to be. He's not able to do that. And so in this situation, he's totally convinced that he is acting in the only way possible, because he's acting in his own self-defense, that it's the only way he can survive. These individuals who are named in all of his paranoia, who are trying to kill him, although at that last point he does accuse Aisha of also being involved in part of that plot.
And I want to talk a little bit about, you did have the opportunity to review records from both the Marion County Jail and also the Reception Diagnostic Center regarding Mr. Dorsey's behavior after the incident.
Yes.
Were there significant findings, or did you identify significant things in those records to indicate he had ongoing issues with regard to psychotic and paranoid?
Well, immediately after, even at the time of his arrest, he again was feeling that people were out to kill him, and then as he's arrested and taken to be interviewed, prior to the interview, he's showing still a continued great deal of paranoia, confusion, delusional types of behavior that are slowly coming down in terms of his functioning. Again, as we all see that often when we react really strongly to events, we have physiological changes that take place, and then over time, the reaction decreases. We essentially become exhausted. And we see this in psychotic episodes. They reach a peak, and then they decrease as the individual is no longer able to maintain the level of mental or physical energy required to maintain that, so the person returns more to their normal state. And this is not uncommon in acute psychotic episodes. They peak very quickly and then come back down almost as quickly as they peak.
And you had a chance actually to review the video of him waiting to be questioned and then the questioning. And in the questioning, he did appear to be very calm and responding appropriately to the questions of the officers.
Yes, he had calmed down which again was characteristic of this disorder.
So the brief psychotic disorder does have this kind of cycling of psychotic events, then exhaustion, and then back.
Right.
Okay.
And but if the person continues in the same situation, circumstance, you might have a second episode, but that obviously did not occur here.
And also when he was in the jail, I think you pointed out, he continued to believe his life was in danger. And he also believed that the arresting officers had cut his wrists and injected him with syphilis.
Yes, he stated that, and he continues, to this day, he continues to believe that his life was at risk at the time.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit more in detail about your diagnosis of brief psychotic, or acute psychotic disorder. And obviously this is a severe mental illness that is recognized and documented by DSM-5.
Correct.
And I think you see that there are kind of two variations to this disease, or this mental illness. One can, well, let me back up. There needs to be some stressors that come into play that trigger the psychotic belief. Is that correct?
Yes.
In Mr. Dorsey, what were some of those stressors that you identified?
Well, is, again, you talked about his childhood, so that's kind of a setup for it, but those were not the immediate cause of his problems. The most immediate cause is probably going back to when he went to college, where he went with the idea that he was going to play football. He has the idea that he was really good at football, that he was going to become an athletic trainer. He was convinced that he was good academically in school based upon his high school experiences and the feedback from his family. And he went there and things were a total failure, essentially. He wasn't able to continue playing football. He says it was because of his grades. I suspect there were other factors involved, however, as well. But in any case, he had to drop out of football, and then he had to drop out of the school because he couldn't compete. And academically, and probably never should have been admitted in the first place, but given his cognitive abilities. But it set him up for total failure, for trying as hard as he possibly could to succeed and failing. And that's a horrible feeling for anybody who has to go through this. So he goes through that. After he leaves the college, he sort of loses direction. One of the reasons Bianca breaks up with him is that he had no direction in his life. He had nowhere to go. He wasn't able to hold jobs very well. He wasn't able to perform very well. He lost contact with friends. He was sort of a nomad. He lost, even though he lived with his family, he lost contact with them. He lost contact with his brothers, partly for space reasons and others, but he lost the support system, and then his fiancée tells him they're over, and that becomes a major blow. She was a major support to him, and she was much more important to him than he was to her. And he saw them as being together forever, and obviously she did not. And his reaction to that was extreme, and we see that again, that he keeps coming back to her house, again to the point where they tell him, we may call the police on you. They didn't want to, they liked him, they didn't dislike him by any means. But he clearly did not do, things were again falling apart. He was becoming more paranoid, wearing a bulletproof vest, because people were going to kill or hurt him. Like I said, he lost contact again with his family. He wasn't sharing with them what was happening. He was, again, his job situation was poor. His support system was poor. He started seeing Aisha, but he kept telling me repeatedly she was not his girlfriend. She was just a layover, essentially. He might sleep over there with her or something, but that she was not important because Bianca was the important person, again, even though she had broken up with him at that point. And he became increasingly suspicious of everybody around him. And then COVID hit, and that, I think, like I said, was the final straw. And somebody who was fragile and on the verge of falling over the edge of the cliff, so to speak. And I think COVID was the thing that finally pushed him over that cliff.
And kind of those situations, obviously, those losses and failures would cause anybody to be depressed, would affect anybody who's normally otherwise healthy to have an adverse reaction. But given Elliahs's other deficits that you've already identified, it was that experience on top of those other deficits that really made them the triggers for the acute psychotic episode.
Yes. The brain injury, again, made it impossible for him to appreciate the fact that his behavior was getting out of control or to seek help from other people. He took what might have been a depression in most of us, and the depression fuels the paranoia. So depression is sort of when we're angry at ourselves internally, but he took that and in paranoia we accuse others of doing this. As he becomes more depressed, as things go wrong, instead of turning it inwardly, in which case you might be suicidal or refuse to get out of bed in the morning, he displaces that outward towards other people and starts again suspecting that everybody is out to get him. And again, that just becomes worse and worse. And as I said, COVID is just the last thing that again pushes him over the edge.
And the diagnosis of acute psychotic episode or acute psychotic disorder, in Elliahs' case, would it be fair to say what you just described as kind of a long decline, and then the deficits, the cognitive deficits, and then these piling on of stressors that are the triggering events?
Right.
I mean, acute psychotic episode can also be somebody who doesn't have those type of pre-existing deficits, but the incident itself is maybe much more severe, like an immediate loss of all your family.
Right, right. You can be you lose all your family in a plane crash or something like that can cause people, some individuals, again, more fragile individuals more easily. But the severity of any type of stressor can cause anyone to fall into an acute psychotic episode, but it's much more likely in individuals with these types of neurocognitive deficits. When I worked in a psychiatric hospital and saw these individuals, neurocognitive deficits were very, very common in the individuals we treated and studied.
Of the individuals who were diagnosed with pre-psychotic or acute psychotic.
Acute psychotic episodes.
Additionally, you did do quite a bit of other testing of Mr. Dorsey. You had the opportunity, I think you stated earlier, to observe him in 2 sessions for nearly 8 hours. During that time, you did not see anything that would indicate to you that Mr. Dorsey was malingering in any way?
No, Mr. Dorsey, the only thing that surprised me in his testing was based on what the family had said of him, I expected these functions to be higher than I saw. I was sort of surprised by that based upon the initial history. The family was very positive about everything that he'd done and seemed to be unwilling to accept negative types of interpretations of events that had been going on, and also seemed to not be aware of him going downhill. Bianca was aware, but she doesn't tell the family until very close to this incident that something is going on, and they don't seem to have been aware of that. So he was much worse than I expected him to be. But as we looked at the testing and its consistency, it was clear that he was again making maximum effort to do what we asked him to do.
And the fact that you saw this disconnect with what the family was seeing versus the testing, and that they weren't maybe as aware of the situation, that would also be consistent with what you saw of him kind of drifting away from his family, not being as close to his family as he may have been when he was in high school or immediately after high school.
He was not, he was not honest with them in disclosing what was going on or confiding in them, which might have helped if they had been able to be more aware of what was going on. And they had a tendency, again, to see things in a positive light, which when you're living in dangerous situations, that can be helpful and also can unfortunately be harmful.
I think you've already described structure and assistance and decision-making are critical to...
I'm sorry, Judge. I have to object. I've let it go on. At some point, could we get a non-leading question on direct?
How will we phrase?
All right, your question, John, you may rephrase.
Would you say that the absence of family input was also a stressful event or a stressor that was a trigger?
I'd object again because that is a yes or no leading question.
is a leading question. Want to try again?
Let me rephrase again. How would you describe the decline in the family support as it relates to the onset of the
I think that especially after he started in college, he stopped confiding in his family and was trying to do things on his own, as we would expect of someone in his mid-20s, to be more independent and to take care of himself. And he was trying to do that, and he wasn't relying on the structure the family provided or his high school provided. And to some degree, Bianca provided his fiance, and tried to do things more on his own. And then after we saw the decline, after the failure at college, this continued. So he did not alert them to the fact that he was having problems and concerns. He did not ask them for help. He thought, in fact, he was protecting them because they were going to be killed as well. So again, he was trying to do things on his own, but unfortunately was unable to do so.
One second, Judge. Those are all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:15. This would be a good time for us to take a lunch break. And you're not to form or express an opinion about the guilt or innocence of the defendant, resolve the evidence he argued with counsel in the court of final instructions. You may discuss this case amongst yourselves, provided that you're all together in the jury room. The judge and you judge with the ultimate question of guilt or innocence. If anyone does try to talk to you about this case, you must report that to the court immediately. It's 12:15. If you can be back at 1:30, and we'll start the evidence. All rise. Records reflect jurors are outside the courtroom. Sir, you can step down. Have a good lunch. Thank you. Parties you want to approach for talk about scheduling for a minute. we'll see everybody. And at 1:30, if you'll have the witness back up on the stand, we'll get that cross-examination. All right, have a good lunch.
I'd be glad to know that the commissary downtown or downstairs, the quality does not suffer. Away from still, as delicious as you want.
Jess, you want to do one?
I'm too dumb.
What's that?
Lost contact with his family, but yet he's still coaching his family. good at football too.
The 19th, and he died on the 18th. And said, you know, whatever, he got anything or anything, so I'm like, did he die next week? I'll take it.
Are you gonna bust out your DSA? Get your DSA 5?
And this
I do.
same age.
This still recording?
And then high school is still like 40 and
We're on?
No, I think the clock is live, but not
Like it's
recording.
picking up sound or something. I don't know if that's.
You wanna be like that Michigan attorney who was flying her deodorant in front of the camera?